Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. And welcome on this Saturday morning. Big birding day it is indeed. So we'll obviously be conducting as many bird ticking and audio sightings as possible. Of course, where we can find them, we will try and obviously get visuals of them as well. But I'm Alex and I'm coming to you here from Mshatu, as well as in Okakuyo and Djuma throughout the course of Escaping to Nature. Of course, this is a live and immersive experience, and it is your journey into the African wilderness with us. So please do send through any of your questions and your comments, any points of interest you may have, things you'd like us to further explain, and we will, of course, endeavor to make sure that we have supplied you with the correct information and are ticking along nicely. As it is big birding day today, of course, our focus will be birds, but of course anything else that does pop up, we will most definitely spend time with that as well. It does look to be a little bit overcast right now, and it is possibly time for us to look at what the weather is doing across the different locations today. So back again here in Mshatu, and we have had a couple of rattling cisticulars, woodland kingfisher, some laughing doves. I even heard a southern black cuckoo just now as well, but we'll just keep our ears really, I suppose, open to whatever does pop around. It'll be quite tough to pick out any of these smaller things. Of course, we have had those spurwing geese. And the rest. Morning, Karen. And yes, well, we are across here in Okakuyo now. Let's just have a look and see who are around, because there's a number of blacksmith lapwing that are here, and they are here throughout the course of the day. Of course, the Cape crows, pied crows, black-headed heron, and the sandgrouse. But it is a little bit overcast, so that might dictate some other interesting species that will be around. Of course, whatever I hear, I'll also call out. And let's just have a look and see who's joined us. Looks like two Kori bustards, so we're off to a flyer here. They really are quite cool. Of course, our dab chicks as well. Nice to spend some time with the Kori bustards. They really do drink quite an interesting fashion. Different to how most of the birds drink. They actually draw in and suck the water up, as opposed to kind of spooning it into their bills. So when they do start drinking, of course, we will try and focus on that. So it's quite cool. When you do get to see it, it looks like they are kind of sheltered by those concrete rocks at the moment. And as I said, when they do drink, they do draw in the water as opposed to using their bills to scoop it up. A very interesting bird anyway. And definitely a special. So fantastic to see 2 of these already. You will just see those blacksmith lapwings around. They do occur here in large numbers. We had 15 in a frame yesterday. So it's quite tough to even count how many there are really. But lots of them going on. And around here. So lots of business for them. I can already just see 2 of them there as well. Scooting along. But great to see the Kori bustards. I haven't seen them for some time up here. So awesome that we do have them. Really are rather prehistoric as well. As I have said in the past, there is some debate around whether these or the Asian bustard is in fact the heaviest flying bird in the world. There are 2 subspecies of Kori bustard in Africa. These ones here in the southern part, and of course those in Eastern Africa as well. And it's thought that those in Eastern Africa are a little bit bigger. At least they've been recorded at that as well. But definitely the biggest flying bird in Africa. A couple of doves as well. And these Kori bustards really are special. Very prehistoric, as I did mention. Awesome to see. You're so correct, Tyler. They really are so unique looking. In fact, they are also the national bird of Botswana. So awesome for us to note that. But we are, of course, in Namibia right now, and the national bird of Namibia is the fish eagle. So cool for us to see the Kori bustards regardless. And lovely to be able to spend some time with them while they are here. As I did mention, haven't seen them for some time, so really awesome that they are around. You can actually see the one Kori bustard there on the right actually swallowing the water. Quite cool. A couple of ringneck doves there. There are also the mourning doves too that are around here. They make a very cool noise, and their call is actually quite spectacular. We'll call it out when we do hear it. I'm sure at some stage we'll also hear the European bee-eaters, the acacia-pied barbet, some Meave starlings, and the rest. So keep an ear out. Note what else we might hear. I'm going to zoom out. Let's just have a look and see who else might have come down. Some gemsbok there in the distance. And there were a number of zebra and wildebeest around earlier. So a few zebras still here, a little harem of them. Some springbok. And our Egyptian goose. Let's just have a look over here, because it's interesting to see what they're up to. Hi, birdwatcher. Do just need to get those comms again. A territorial bird, I think. Terrestrial bird. So they are known to fly as well, although they don't fly too far, obviously, because they are rather big. So they do fly. So they do walk a lot as well. So primarily they do spend a lot of time, obviously, on the ground, but they can fly too. Like I said, they do have nomadic movement as well, so they will obviously then fly, and also if they are feeling threatened, of course they do have that ability. But it kind of does look like one of those big A380s trying to take off. Obviously being so large and heavy, it does take them quite a bit of energy to get up and going. just hear some of those European beaters now. Rather tough off the dam cams just to pick out some of these smaller birds that will be here. So if we do get a good visual, we will be able to have a look then. But there will be a number of little swifts and swallows that will also take water off the surface over here. Just tough to identify which ones they might be. Looks like our zebra coming down, so let's just spend some time with our zebra. Of course, we've still got those quarry busters in the frame as well. It does seem that they're a bit hesitant to come through, but we do have a lot of time, so no issues really.
At Wild Earth, we believe that people will see animal rights as worthy by recognizing that they have emotions like us. In support of Animal Rights Day, we are hosting Quiz Mania. Teams will pit against each other in 2 days of interactive fun on The Sunset Show.
How cool is this?
To enter, form a team of 2 or more people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. See you there.
Just taking in our audio, of course, our quarry busters are still here. The Cape Crow calling as well. And the zebra don't seem to be too thirsty just yet, although it is still nice to have them around with us as well. So that one there does look like it is licking the concrete stone, practicing a little bit of geophagia clearly. That's actually quite cool. Let's just see if we can't get a better look at that. Just trying to see what is going on here because it's rather interesting. So it's been quite an eventful start already today here in Okakuya and as well in Mashatu. But it's off to Andrew and Morgan for them to say hello to us and see what is going on in Amakhala.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Amakhala out here in the Eastern Cape. I hope you're all doing well and excited for your big birding day here in the Eastern Cape. I know myself and Morgan definitely are. It's going to be a great day, I think. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. My name is Andrew. I have Morgan. Good way to start the morning, I reckon. And there's a speckled mouse bird. There we go. Nice capture there, Morgan. There's a speckled mouse bird. Just want to see if it's going to call again. Come on, little guy. So not really calling yet. A little bit of calls. They make quite a semi-raucous sound, I would say. It's sound. I just love their little hairstyles. There's quite a few in there. They are cooperative breeders, so usually you find that they're in a group with an alpha male and an alpha female being the breeders and the rest of the individuals being supporters. What a cool place to do bird watching because of the dune thicket. Oh, nice one. Oh, yay. There was a brown-hooded kingfisher. Now I've got to try and remember all these birds so I can log them in without missing one. So the brown-hooded kingfisher is actually nesting around here, which is quite nice. We saw it yesterday quite a few times with a toki beetle on 2 occasions, which is quite a big black beetle that it had in its beak yesterday. Oh, I can hear some hardy-dars in the great distance. And I can also hear a black cuckoo shrike. And back to this young chap over here, also doing some bird watching, waiting patiently for those birds to come out. These jackals like to lie on this spot, don't they? We've seen these jackals lying here a few times. Good morning, Hayley. I'll have to agree with you on that one. Birds and jackals to begin off in the morning is special. It's very special, especially the ones we've already seen. And I'm glad you all got to see that brown-hooded kingfisher. They're lovely birds. And of course, this young jackal's just so cute, and we enjoy watching them. There's another one over there. Yeah, Morgan is quicker than me. Already spotted it. Yeah, I hear that. A few drops on the roof. Please don't do that. We do not need any rain today because we want to win the birding big day. Oh, I'm hearing this choot, 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 choot. Southern boo-boo. Gonna go and join up with the sibling over there. Can hear a black cuckoo shrike as well. So of course you're not going to hear some of the birds that I'm calling out, but I'm going to name them anyway so that you get a rough idea of what sort of birds are in Amakhala, and we're going to log them down as we go along. And I had a sighting of a steppe buzzard this morning as well. One of the migrants that have just come into the area. And believe it or not, steppe buzzards returning from Russia. Long way to go. And they've made their arrivals. I can hear the kukurku, kukurku. Typical sound you're going to hear in the bush. That is the Cape turtle dove. Saying, work harder, work harder. So I wonder what time these oh, hello, it's going to come and investigate a little bit here. Wow, okay, he's going to go to the toilet right next to the Land Rover. And this is the one with the tick under its eye, and the tick is still present. Let's see if we can take a close look at that. If it's not a tick, then it's going to be a great way of identifying this one in the future. There's that kingfisher. Yeah, it's definitely a tick there. It's getting big now. You. Chit, 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 chit. Brown hooded kingfisher. Oh, nice, Morgan. You're really sharp. There's a Toki beetle that I mentioned. Chip, and off it goes. Lovely call, isn't it? So I sort of need to memorize where this jackal left its scat, because the one thing you don't want to do is drive over it, because it's going to make the vehicle stink for the whole day. Oh. Yeah, oh no, see, oh my goodness. We have some angled rain at the moment. TC, morning. That's an interesting question. So, yeah, animals, they do understand what alarm calls mean, but I don't know if they're going to use them to their advantage, as in, you know, to hunt and things like that. But they definitely do understand the alarm calls. And predators try and avoid sometimes being seen by a certain species of birds, because those birds are going to alarm call and give their presence away. So it's more hampering than benefiting the predators. But by the same token, imagine there are some crows. Oh, this rain is coming now. I'm just going to give Morgan a cover. You might hear some rustling sounds. There we go. So imagine the crows are calling and they keep on calling. Then yes, predators are going to understand that, hey, why are those crows calling? Let me go and have a look there. And then also, TC, if there are vultures. If there are vultures soaring. No, don't worry, Sihle. Sorry, I'm just speaking to Sihle. She's worried about the rain on us, but we are fine over here for now. Yeah, so if the vultures were soaring, and unfortunately we don't see too many vultures here in Amakhala, but predators are going to use it as an indicator that those vultures have seen something. Man, I've been looking forward to this birding big day for a long time now, and now it's raining. Why? Shame this little jackal's just sitting behind this little bush over here. So it's a very light drizzle at the moment, so I think the jackal's going to enjoy it because it's going to bring a lot more cooler temperatures. Rather that than 40 degrees Celsius of heat. Just sitting there nicely. I don't know what it's spotted over there. Something might have walked past it in the form of an insect or something. There we go. And definitely we do need some rain out here. You can see how dry that soil is. It is green, but more rain would be lovely. Shame. Hi there, Annabella. It's a nice question. Yes, there would be competition because at the end of the day, jackals, they do scavenge off big predators. And so definitely wild dogs don't really enjoy the company of jackals within the area too much. And there would be conflict and they might fight. But jackals are quite smart animals. They know when the danger is too great and they disappear and they'll go off and hide. And by the same token, they also know when the danger is not too great. For example, with a cheetah or something, and then decide to maybe follow. But jackals cannot fight off wild dogs. So wild dogs will be far too powerful for a jackal. There's that southern boo-boo screaming in the bush there. No visual of it, just hiding in the bush. It's a lovely sound, the southern boo-boo. They're very common out here in the coastal Eastern Cape. Actually get quite a few of the southern boo-boos in my garden out in Port Alfred. We get to see them quite often out there. There we go. Whoops, quick sighting. That was the southern boo-boo. They really enjoy the canopies of these dune thickets. There we go, there we go. Nice, look at that. This one's a little bit shy. And of course, whenever you have thicker, dense foliage like these dune thickets, you're going to find there's boomslangs inside there, tree snakes, boomslang. And southern boobos are very territorial birds. They'll sometimes even go after boomslangs and pick them out the tree. There we go. Look at that. Very pretty, hey? Chip, and off it goes. Chip comes back. It's actually a very tricky bird to get on the camera because they're always active. They're moving from branch to branch constantly. Birdie, morning to you. Unfortunately, no, we don't get any mockingbirds in South Africa. I would love to see one though. But we do have a bird in South Africa with a very similar name to a mockingbird, and that's the mocking cliff chat. And they're very, very interesting birds because they like human habitation, and especially when you're in the bush and there are lodges, you find the mocking cliff chats walk right into the lodge, and they really do help themselves. I've never seen a mocking cliff chat out here in Amakhala. More further north, you can see them. And these jackals are now just falling asleep a little bit with the head to the side. Oh, it seems like the rain is getting a little bit heavier now. Hopefully it doesn't chase the birds away. Amy, hello. Amy, there's a few birds that are very good mimics. Actually, a lot of birds have the ability to mimic, but the best mimic out here is going to be a fork-tailed drongo. They mimic extremely well. They can actually mimic some raptors to the point where they can confuse small mammals. So to give you an example, out in the Kalahari where I used to work, fork-tailed drongos learned the call of the pale chanting goshawk, and they studied it, and obviously they start to call, and they often follow meerkats out in the Kalahari because meerkats catch a lot of food. And in the event that a meerkat catches something like a scorpion, the fork-tailed drongo just waits very patiently until the meerkats kill the scorpion and remove the sting, and then it mimics the pale chanting goshawk. And by doing that, the meerkats suddenly think, oh, here comes trouble, we got to get out of here, and they drop whatever they're doing and they run back to the burrow, and the fork-tailed drongo will go down and snatch that food item. Very clever. And then European starling can also mimic. And the square-tailed drongos also mimic quite well. And then yesterday afternoon we had a good sighting of a cardinal woodpecker, also right here where we are. You never know, maybe we get lucky and we see it. Okay, I'm going to try and log some of the birds that we've heard and seen. In the meanwhile, I'm going to send you to Alex out in Ukukuyo in Namibia.
Thanks, Andrew. And yeah, a fantastic morning, obviously, down there in Amakhala. Of course, we are still here with those Koribasa just moving off. Nice harem of zebra joining us, and those Gemsbok. You'll also be able to hear the audio of those Namakwa sandgrouse. So, of course, we'll be calling out as many bird calls as possible, and where possible, also taking this in to have a look. The zebra really are moving in, so really quite thirsty after, I'm sure, a night of grazing. It does look like it's quite overcast though today, so maybe that is a precursor to some precipitation later on. You just see some of those crows also flying around in the background. And this is really cool right now. This is the deepest I've ever seen the zebra wade into the dam itself. Of course, we have one of those lovely Angolan giraffe just off here, coming down to join everyone. But really quite fascinating to watch the zebra move in this deep. They normally just hang around the water's edge. And it seems today, confidence is up. Quite fascinating watching different behavior day to day. Hi, Billy Wildguy. Yes, they are. And in some areas where the vulture populations have dropped and been decimated, such as in the Eastern Cape, where Andrew just was, in Amakhala, as well as in Kariga, where we'll go just now, the vulture populations have dropped considerably, and the crows in the area to fulfill, or have started to fulfill, that role then of scavenging and helping clean up carcasses and the rest. They also do it, and pied crows in particular, across in Madikwe. And obviously where other big birds of prey and raptors that would compete and outcompete them, that behavior is less prevalent. So in areas where they have now got strong numbers and don't have that kind of pressure from a bigger bird, they are then starting to fulfill that role. Really cool. Just watching how the zebra have actually got quite deep into here. Just a reminder for everyone, of course, today is Big Birding Day. And because of Big Birding Day, we have shifted Animal Bingo to tomorrow's Sunset Safari. But it is only for this week. We'll be back on Saturday again next week. And the question always remains, who will be this week's winner? Will it be Djuma, Pridelands, Amakhala, or Madikwe? They each have their own bingo board where they will mark the animals off their cards. Of course, bingo will happen until the end of the year. So tune in tomorrow afternoon, Sunday, and don't miss out on the bingo action. So I'm really enjoying how deep these zebra have got in. It's quite interesting watching all this different behavior going on. Perhaps it is got to do with the overcast conditions that we are experiencing up here in Okakuya at the moment. Who knows? That really is speculation, but it is what I'm tending and leaning towards right now. So just waiting on our giraffe to come through too. So lovely scenes unfolding at the moment. And also just keeping our ears peaked for any audio that is popping up with regards to any bird life that is around. So this giraffe bull is moving more direct of us, which is quite cool. So I'm hoping it lines up directly, and then we can watch it having a drink. But it does seem to just be scanning around, making sure there's nothing of worry for it. It does look exactly like the giraffe is going to line right in front of us. So fantastic at the moment. Should make for a rather cool sighting. It looks like those gemsbok scooting around in the zebra are definitely putting this giraffe off at the moment. It's still awesome. Nice to have this other harem here. And just shoot across. Just make sure we do get everyone in frame, or as many of them as possible. Hi Zoe. So of course the Angolan giraffes are named aptly. They do obviously come from Namibia and they do cross over into Botswana as well. And they are the second of the southern race of giraffe. So the other race being the southern or Cape giraffe, which we get across in our other locations. So in Amakhala, Kariega, Djuma and Madikwe. So effectively it's just that the two races are here. And these are a lot more desert adapted. They are known to travel the furthest out of all the giraffe subspecies and races. They do have the highest recorded home ranges, and they can travel obviously extensive distances. Obviously Namibia being rather arid and dry, the Namib Desert being the oldest desert in the world. This kind of does make sense. So joined by some kudu as well. A rather large number of zebra too. It does look like our giraffe is slowly getting ready to drink. And again, these zebra are also pushing rather deep into the water. So I do think it's got to do with the cooler weather. Lovely to see our giraffe as well. So quite a scene unfolding at the moment. Really just enjoying the scene as it unfolds, and also just keeping an ear out for any bird audio. There is that Egyptian goose there. But enjoying a peaceful Saturday morning at least. Hi William, much the same as all antelope and other animals benefit from having oxpeckers on them. Oxpeckers do take the ectoparasites off of them, help to obviously clean and preen them. So that obviously then helps with tick management and the rest. So where the oxpeckers are, and when we do get them, we don't necessarily get oxpeckers up here in Etosha, they aren't really recorded. But across in the other locations where we do have them, they do fulfill that role. Although they are actively after the blood of the animals as well. So they do take and pick off any scar tissue or matter that might be around, and also then take fresh blood where possible too. So the ticks do supply them with that. Fascinating to say, or today, just to see how the zebra have really waded so deep, and this is the second time that this has happened today. Quite cool watching how this is going. The kudu also seem quite happy to move deeper into the water today. So I'm not too sure what's happening, but definitely different behavior that we can see and notice right now. And as I was saying earlier, I do think it's got to do with the cooler weather. So just to go back to obviously those oxpeckers and the practice of them eating blood, there are obviously a number of animals that do that, and the practice of that is called hematophagies. So those that take blood, hemo being blood. But yeah, as I was saying, oxpeckers aren't found here up in Etosha, or at least there aren't records of them. And there are two types of oxpeckers that we would get and see in at least Djuma, the red-billed and the yellow-billed. The red-billed being far more prevalent in southern Africa, the yellow-billed far more endangered, although their numbers are increasing and we are starting to pick them up in healthier numbers further south in the Kruger at least. Normally you would only find them up in the Pafuri area and in northern Kruger, generally associated with the bigger buffalo herds and that are up there. Hi, Kellyanne. No, I haven't. Although I do imagine it would be pretty comical if that was to happen. I mean, I have seen drongos and that kind of tailing them because the giraffe then will kick up any of the arthropods or the flying insects and that and disturb them while they are walking through the bush and perhaps even feeding. So the drongos will then obviously use that as an opportunity to hawk those insects, sometimes even European bee-eaters. And actually even a number of the other bee-eaters as well, if they are in the same area. And of course, oxpeckers would fly and land on the giraffe. But I've never seen a bird fly into a giraffe, no. So just enjoying what is going on right now. Springbok, the kudu, the zebra moving off, the gemsbok in the distance, and of course our giraffe. Really quite fantastic. A lovely morning. Great way to start our escape to nature. So Egyptian goose, one of the blacksmith lapwings, and a little ram springbok. Come back out and we'll enjoy some time with our giraffe. We don't get to see them all the time. They kind of are really on their own timeline when it comes to coming down here. Just looking at our kudu, I'm sure they're going to move off now as well. So we'll spend some time with our giraffe. In all likelihood, it is going to leave us too. So really just enjoying our giraffe while it's still here. Looks like those gemsbuck are also coming to join us. Of course, we have our springbuck. So just keeping an ear out for any of the bird vocals that we might get or audio. Of course, calling those out. And what's going on? Lovely start to the day. So we are still enjoying our giraffe here. Lovely and peaceful scene. It really has been a fantastic way just to kick off. Looks like our gemsbuck are coming through too. So we really are and have had a bumper start to today. Hi Zane. So of course the giraffe will move around seasonally, and they would be restricted then to sizes of reserves or fences. So fortunately enough, throughout the rest of Africa and outside of South Africa, that is, the reserves are unfenced. So that does mean that they do have access to that seasonal movement, perhaps more traversing area. And these giraffe, the one that we're looking at right now, are known to move considerable distances, the most out of all the giraffe subspecies and races as well. But yeah, of course, if there is a lack of food in an area, they would take the opportunity to move and seasonally move away from feeding. But there are a number of different, I'm just trying to think how to put this. However, so trees themselves as well, also do have mechanisms that kind of stop over browsing, because giraffes are browsers, and they do release a chemical then that does make those leaves then rather unpalatable after a certain amount of browsing has gone on. So you will see giraffes moving from tree to tree, or even green patch, or it does depend on the area, and that is because of the tannins that are then released, and that is obviously stop the over browsing of their leaves too. So it happens with all browsers, kudus as well. They'll move from thicket to thicket, and that is due to that defense mechanism of the trees or plants in an area. Well documented within the Mopani as well, where almost like a block of Mopani will kind of be inaccessible to any of the browsers, even elephants as well, as they then release those tannins, and the leaves then become a bit unpalatable for them, and those animals then move to the next patch. So it will obviously depend on the rainfall too. If there is a drought as well, they might put a lot of pressure onto species in an area, and because of that, and maybe higher pressure too, so ecological carrying capacity of an area might be impacted. But with things like drought does also level the playing field, because there are things like natural selection, and of course those that are older or weaker, with that lack of access to food, they would perish sooner than those in better condition. And of course, certain other animals are indicator species of drought. So things like warthog, zebra to a point, and buffalo, where they are found, they are indicator species of drought, and their numbers do suffer quite considerably when there are drought conditions that do prevail, because their conditions then also deteriorate. So nature has a number of wonderful ways to maintain itself and to maintain equilibrium, because the natural world is always in a state of equilibrium, so it always balances out correctly. That is when it is left untouched and unhindered. Sadly, our giraffe is leaving us though now, but our gemsbok have come through. So time to enjoy some of them. Have been in and amongst the zebra this morning too, but they are by themselves now, so quite cool. But it does seem like we are having a little bit of a dip in our numbers, and it is also time for us to go and say good morning to Liam across in Kariega.
A very good morning to you all again, and welcome to Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. My name is Liam Charlton, and I'm coming to you live from Scotia Waterhole. This morning I've been sitting patiently with this, call it, I suppose, a family of longclaws. I'm not entirely sure if this particular longclaw is part of the family. I suspect it might be a neighboring fledgling. It doesn't quite have its full plumage, so that's why I say so. So yeah, Cape Longclaw, also previously known as the orange-throated longclaw. Of course, today being a big birding day, our focus will be mostly on birds, my favorite. And this seemingly young longclaw is moving up and down this berm here, feeding on all sorts of insects. Occasionally the pair in the area come back and try to chase it off. Of course, competition for food, particularly whilst breeding, is quite fierce. So the adults in the vicinity are less likely to tolerate this youngster scooping up all their valuable resources to feed to their young. So he's going to have to watch over his shoulder, or this young bird. And also had a plain back pipit. So pipits and longclaws are actually related to each other. They're particular to grasslands. They do most pipits and longclaws are found in various types of grasslands. And here at Scotia Pan we are completely surrounded by some really good, lush Eastern Cape grasslands. Now you can see it hasn't quite developed that rich orange gorget on his throat. Oh, look at that big fat grub. You're almost a little bit intimidated by it, seems. Sure. He's kind of eye it up, but can't quite take it on, huh? A little bit more than he can chew. Hey. Yes. So, if you folks can hear, there's a bit of a breeze around, so do mind that. But a number of birds calling in the background as well. Of course, during the birding big day, birds are recorded by sound and sight. Another nice juicy grub. Yes, Sophia, great question. As the name suggested, has got a long claw. Now that long claw is very useful for this bird to move around the grassland, the habitat which it prefers. Oh, this is a nice juicy grub he's got here. Sorry, Sophia, I'll get back to your question in a second about the long claw, but look at that nice juicy grub. This one he managed to get. Oh yes, just tenderize it a little bit. Nice, nothing quite like a bit of tenderized insect for breakfast. Now, a little bit obscured for now. It's through those twigs there in the center of the screen. Now, so Sophia, yes, long claws do have a long claw. It is their hind claw, so you could almost say their toe claw. And that toe claw is very useful to get themselves on top of some of the grass tufts, and it holds the bird above the grass tufts whilst it searches within that little tuft of grass or vegetation for its food. So it's like a tool it uses to kind of float above the grass. If you imagine it kind of like a jacana, how jacanas have very long toes which spread their weight over a great surface area to get them onto that floating vegetation, much in the way a long claw kind of distributes its weight over the grass. So this youngster seems to have moved off behind this berm. There is still the pair in the area. I do hear their call every now and then. So if they do come back, I'll try and focus in on them. For now, I'll move you over to our resident blesbok, another grassland specialist. He is finished his morning grazing and now is hiding away from the wind. You can see he's actually sitting with his back to the wind, as with myself, and that's a common thing for animals to preserve, or stay warm should I say, preserve heat. Yeah. Yesterday we were talking about if a blesbok could live in a tropical grassland, and we mentioned that if it had to move into a tropical grassland, it would come into competition with a topi or a tsessebe, as it's also known in southern Africa. That is its nearest relative, the blesbok. It is said that at some point a long time ago, the tsessebe and the blesbok had a common ancestor. If you have a look at a young blesbok and a young tsessebe, you can see they're almost identical. Now, he's also got his head and ears down, as you can see here, trying to get his nose away from those botflies, which I won't imagine there'd be too many today with this wind about.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
Just taking in the sounds of some of the calls around here. Yes, Cara, it is not unusual to have blesbok sitting alone. This is a male blesbok, and so they have little territorial spaces that they'll defend, and chase away other males. So no, it's not unusual. The herds are a lot more mobile, and so they move around quite a bit more. So I'm just gonna move away from this blesbok for a sec. Our long claws are back. They've got a black throat bar, like they do. Look at that little black stripe. Now if you have a look at this one on the left, it's got a little bit of building material. That black bar encircling the rich orange throat patch. It's gonna almost certainly fly to the nest. So I'm just gonna brace for a sec. When it does fly, I'm gonna take you to the nest. It will be the female with the nesting material, folks. The male just behind on the right. Pretty little bird. Again, just taking in some of those sounds in the background. Lots of netterkeys calling. Deep, 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 deep. Southern boo-boos as usual. Ooh, even an olive bushrock. It's a lovely near endemic to Southern Africa. Seems to be very suspect of moving to the nest. Oh, there she goes. Just brace a second, folks. She is. So just in that little tuft, you'll see there's kind of like a U-shaped saddle just on the left hand side of that dark patch. She should almost certainly pop out on top there once she's finished placing her material. So as much as she's working hard at trying to line the nest, her male does accompany her on these forays to collect material, so he is by her side all the time. As much as it sounds chivalrous, it also might be a mechanism to disallow males to come in and sneak in there. Off they go, and off they go, yeah. Male right by her side. Lovely. Folks, this is going to be such a lovely journey. They've just started building this nest, so over the next few weeks, I think we're in for a fun time. From nests to chicks, it should take them a few days to build the nest, about 2 weeks to incubate, which should arrive us somewhere near Christmas time, where we celebrate all things new and new life. So what a poetic bit of nature to bring us into a widely celebrated public holiday. So there's that youngster again. See, I've had those two adults chasing it around. Obviously he was hiding away whilst it had a grub. Sure. Now, in areas where food is abundant, birds tend to compete less. There's a lot more leeway to allow younger birds like this to kind of forage in the area where adults might be breeding. So in a place like Kariega, where there is a good amount of rainfall and it's fairly steady throughout the year, food is typically abundant to allow creatures to feed quite closely alongside each other. You think of in forest environments, so many species occur within such a small space. Such a typical scene to see a longclaw in amongst the tufts of grass. He is getting a little bit closer here, closer to the spot where the male hangs out when the female is attending the nest. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a little bit of a showing off in a moment if those two do return. Folks, I'd love to remind you that, of course, this is a live and interactive show. So if you do have any bird-related questions, I'd love to be able to answer them. Since it is the big birding day. So far this morning here in Kariega, we're up to the 40s mark. He is going to move in front of the vehicle now. It's getting too close. Quite obliging. I'm not complaining. Yeah, we're up into the 40s now in terms of number of birds for the morning. I'd love to know how the other teams are doing. I'm sure the likes of Djuma is raking them in left, right and centre. Such a wonderful place to be birding, the Kruger National Park. I've had my good fair share of great birding out there. Righty, okay, so folks, I'm just going to pan here to the left. This youngster's now moved on to a dung midden here on the left hand side of the road. Where did you go? No. Evaded me. Oh. Okie dokie. Let's see what else we can find for you. Okay, here comes our pair. You can hear their call, their contact call. Very distinct. Yeah. Where'd they go now? It's kind of like a soft trilling bzriu, bzriu, bzriu. Could well be that that young longclaw caught their attention. Now down by the waterhole, resident spurwing is preening, getting all those feathers in good working order. Quite a long shot here, but hopefully you're getting this visual where you can see it's grooming itself. Birds are excellent at keeping those feathers in good nick. It's necessary since they do depend on them very much for flight. Just like any pilot and engineer has to do pre-flight checks and constantly maintain their craft, a bird needs to take care of its feathers. Hello, yes, Sally. So that's a good one. Yes, in fact, all birds do go through a molting process, but of course, with there being so many species of bird in the world, they have various different ways in which they will molt, and they'll have different times of year in which they molt as well. So, for example, a number of birds particularly molt when they have youngsters. So thinking just offhand, for example, a hornbill, when it goes and nests in the cavity of a tree, the female sheds a lot of her feathers, particularly her tail feathers, and uses them to line the nest. And that would be particularly around the breeding season. So yes, they do molt, but they just all have their own molting scheme according to where what the functions are, whatever environment they are adapted to, and where it's needed. Of course, feathers do weather, so you can up upkeep them as much as you can to the point where they perish. You could kind of almost relate it to human skin or hair, in that it does shed. So we grow new skin and we grow new hair throughout our lives, much like a bird would grow new feathers and replace new feathers. And of course that requires energy, and they'll have to get enough food and whatever they might feed on in order to replenish those feathers. So our longclaws are feeding in the vicinity. They are quite some distance, so not much of a great shot I'll be able to get of them. The longclaws would, well, just passerines in general have a tendency longclaws have a tendency to, passerines, as I said, passerines have a tendency to do a lot of their building early hours of the morning, mix it in with a bit of feeding, and then as soon as the temperature warms up, because nest building requires a lot of energy, nest building activity tends to wane and shift to feeding. I'm sure a number of you can recognize that bird call. The Santon rooster to some. So now that looks like that spurwing has gone to rest. There's a blacksmith lapwing, although it is quite distant, so I can imagine it's quite difficult to view on screen. There's an Egyptian goose, always a welcome resident to many waterholes, noisy resident to many waterholes, rivers, golf courses, suburbia in general. I still find them to be quite attractive birds, even though they do make a bit of a ruckus in the dry season. And harassment has landed. I don't know if anybody's come across the collective noun of hardy-daws. I recently learned it's called an harassment, and it's perfectly apt, I think. They really are quite a harassment. There you are. How's the legs? Top of the morning to you. the rest, the harassment on to the left. Quite interesting. So the Hadedas, in fact, before they started doing so well in suburbia, they actually were forest and wetland inhabitants. So we've actually helped them really nicely along with habitat in the form of nice lush green lawns, and they I'm sure are quite grateful. Well, I'm sure folks you are very familiar with this bird, so I'm going to link you out to somewhere a bit less familiar maybe, or more familiar, not too sure. Mashatu with Alex.
Thank you, Liam. And I really do enjoy that collective for the Hadedas, of the harassment of Hadedas. I do call them pterodactyls myself. And I do just want to have a little squiz down here. We did come back to Mashatu just because there are a number of interesting bird calls going on, and it being Big Birding Day. We're just going to have a look here at these impala quick. But it being Big Birding Day, trying to cover as many areas as possible, as well as pick up as much audio as possible too. So we will be, here's a greenback Cameroptera calling, and it will be our focus obviously for the day. There are some Egyptian geese there too, although we have seen them. You can hear some southern masked weavers as well in the background, and I'm sure we will pick up another number of interesting audio calls and bird audio around here as well. So this lovely green flush, the area is really a hive of activity, very productive at the moment. So lovely to be able to be across here right now. Of course, with these impala, still waiting to see some of the impala lambs of Mashatu, but nice to have this bachelor herd around right now. So just a pleasant way to spend some time. And the impala really have been the most active species around here at Mashatu in the last few days. We're still waiting on our ellies to come back and join us, but there's good numbers of butterflies, in particular the brown veined whites, that are associated with the shepherd trees that are in the area. There are a number of shepherd trees here in Mashatu too, so a fantastic tree when you do get to see one. There aren't any around here, not that I can see, but there are a number of them here in Mashatu anyway. Of course, with all that insect life, that does obviously lead to another number of birds being present. So I'm just going to keep an ear out and obviously just enjoy our impala while they are around us. So of course we've got our two Egyptian geese here. Waiting to see where the gosling is as well, because there are normally 3 of them, and they have done quite well in terms of getting that gosling to age. They did lose a number of them a couple of months back. So having just a look to see, it seems like that one here and on the right of it is indeed the gosling. A little bit smaller than the adult, but of course they did do well just to get one through, and with us being quite close to them, Popo, I'm sure that this one will at some point fly away home, as the movie was, or suggested, the title at least, and head off down to that Limpopo to perhaps find itself a mate at some point. Woodland's kingfisher calling. I'm sure we'll also be able to pick up that greenback Cameroptera now at the moment, and I'm sure at some stage we'll possibly hear our lilac-breasted roller too. And these greenback Cameropteras, they are very pretty birds, although they are very tiny, so the chances of us actually being able to put it on screen probably very slim, but the audio at least, so it does confirm that we do have it in the area. lovely to have our audio of the Woodlands Kingfishers. Of course, Andrew did get the brown hooded. And so that means we are on 2. Interesting to see if there are any others. There would be brown hooded here as well as striped. Perhaps even a pied here at the waterhole, but yet to see any of those. So we will also just have a scan just now, see if the spur-wing geese are still around, as well as the dab chick that was here too. Yeah, the laughing dove. The ring-necked dove now. Let's just have a little scan around, pan around the water's edge. It's very possible we would have missed 1 or 2 of the others. And another number of area specials here. So tropical boo-boo would also be a good one to get audio of as well at some point. Of course, there are also very good cuckoo numbers around too. So any of those that call out, we'll definitely make sure to ping them as well. Blacksmith lapwing. I'm just going to come out a little bit. You just hear the audio of those impala. And for anyone that is visiting the bush or has visited the bush for the first time, hearing that sound can be quite disconcerting. It's definitely not a sound you would associate with an animal that looks so placid. Looks like a black crake over there, just on that rocky kind of point where the water's pumped into the dam. Yeah, definitely a black crake there. Awesome to see that as well. So, nice number of water birds for us. The black crakes really are quite cool. Hi, Granny Mango. And this area is actually quite interesting in terms of the fact that it's almost a kind of like a watershed for the Kalahari. It is used almost as a stopover and kind of like a boundary area. It kind of separates Bushveld into the Kalahari. So there are a number of interesting bird species that do occur, but perhaps the one that is maybe the most successful here would have to be the Quelea. Quelea are also known to be the most numerous bird species in the world, and we do get them in good numbers here as well. So for me, it would have to be Quelea. If anyone else out there has a differing opinion, please do send it through. Let us know, because it's always good to hear feedback on that. But for me, it would have to be the Quelea. Perhaps any of the others, I suppose, local residents. You know, there would be good numbers of Egyptian geese along the river. The doves are obviously very plentiful. The Meave starlings too. I'm just trying to have a look and see if the spur-wing geese are still around. But yeah, for me, the Quelea. Some more impala coming through the thicket over here. I'm just having a look underneath the trees because I have noted the spur-wing geese kind of taking refuge underneath them. Just come back out a little bit more.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Nature.
You'll just see the dab check before I zoom in. And just going to watch these impala because it's quite fun watching them as they kind of sort themselves out in a little bit of a hierarchy, as well as, I suppose, training for future rut. And you'll see them zooming in and about. You can quite clearly also make out the difference in size of our Egyptian geese too. So the one on the far left being the gosling, and then obviously the two parents. So these two impala are rather giddy at the moment. Definitely taking the opportunity with this cooler weather to hone those skills. It does look like the cloud cover is slowly burning off and lifting. I'm not too sure what that entails for the day. But if it does get a bit warmer, we'll then hopefully get some elephant action as well. Hi, African samurai. So there are some birds that are actually adapted for high altitude flying, and there is a specific goose that actually migrates over the Himalayas and over Everest. So that would be the bird with the highest altitude, and I do just need to check out what the name is of that goose, but they are specifically adapted for that migration that they do undertake. I will get you that name now. And it's actually called the bar-headed goose. And those geese then make one of the highest and most iconic trans-mountain migrations in the world. So they climb up between 4,000 and 6,000 meters. And that's it within a day. So it's about 7 to 8 hours worth of flying. So you can imagine how intense that is. So I'm maybe sure there might even be one or two of the albatross that might also engage in some of that higher altitude flying. They are known to have some of the highest migrations and longest distance of flights in the world as well, those albatross too. But definitely those bar-headed geese that migrate over the Himalayas are one of the highest, and as I said, between 4,000 and 6,000 meters that they will fly to migrate. And how they actually achieve that is through reduced metabolism. And it's actually called hypoxic flight. But of course, I think the golden eagles found in the Alps, they would obviously also have that. And lammergeiers, so bearded vultures as well, also specialists at high altitude flying. Condors as well in the Americas, so both north and south. Some of those condors as well, also specialists at high altitude flying in the Rockies. And a number of the other mountains that's out, Smoky too. So just off the top of my head, those are some of the specialists when it does come to high altitude flying. There'll be a number of other interesting birds that are found in the Himalayas as well, and across that region too. There's some really interesting and pretty birds that side. So really quite cool watching these impala get into it. Just want to make sure we do keep up with them. You can hear them there, of course, alarm calling. I'm just trying to follow them. They don't want to stay in. There we go, one running right through the frame. Stocking and pronking, so showing how agile they are. That is typical. Just to show other males as well, but also if there was a predator around, just to highlight their strength and agility. And it is something that also springbuck do too. You'll just be able to hear one of those mourning doves, that little in the background. These two really are treating us a little bit, so it's quite cool to watch them while we do have them around. I'm just hoping they do stick in frame. You can also just still see one of those black craigs. There are actually a number of them. I think I counted 3 the other day. Just using this little rocky point over here, as I said, where the water's pumped out of. And they seem to have found that to be a space where they want to hang around. They really are quite cool birds. Closely related to the other moorhens and galligals and that as well. Also with those very long feet as well, so they are able to, climb over that aquatic matter, sometimes even over lilies that would be present. But really cool. They do also favor a bit of the undergrowth that does occur around dams too. Just waiting to see if these impala do start giving us another show. Looks like a couple of them are quite excitable at the moment, so let's just see. It does seem that the majority of these impala are probably within their second season, so this would be their second year. Horns aren't fully developed just yet. One or two of them maybe a bit older, but the majority do seem to be almost in their second year. And that's just going by the size of their horns and the development. So let's just see. So rather cool watching this going on. Waiting to hear if we can't pick up some of the cuckoos as well as a bushshrike or two. It was awesome to spend some time here in Mshathu. We haven't done too much time here of late. Obviously with all the rain and the greenery that is now present. Everyone is kind of giving us a slip. But of course with these impala around at the moment, they are quite active and up to quite a bit. So we'll spend some time with them. We're able to pick up some of the starlings, greater blue-eared, and even the meaves. It does look like these impala are slowly going to start making their way through those game trails away from the water, it seems. Let's just wait and see. There are a number of game trails that kind of meander their way through to the waterhole and then meander their way out as well. So you can just see there's obviously those little well-worn paths. And they'll definitely make use of those as they move through. I'm going to just zoom out and just have a couple of pans around, see what's going on. Still trying to see if we can't pick up visual of the spurwing geese, although they might have moved on by now. They are very nomadic, so they don't necessarily stick around for too long either. Just hear the grunting of those impala. It looks like this bachelor herd is kind of splitting up at the moment. They'll probably link up at some point, but just waiting to see what goes on. Did just get the audio of a tropical boo-boo. We're hoping for one of those. Little frogbird. The other name for them. Does look like the cloud cover is slowly burning off here, so I'm really hoping that that does mean we do get some elephant action across here in the land of the giants. But no promises to be made, of course. It really is up to them. And with the amount of water that does seem to have fallen, I'm pretty sure there's quite a bit of dispersion that has gone on. So just having a look to see what might be buzzing about here in this thicket. Again, let's just have a look back to our Impala and then possibly start to make some tracks. Has been cool being across here. Anyway, I was hoping for some more audio of some of the different cuckoos in the area, as well as one or two sunbirds, but we did get the tropical boo-boo just now, and of course that black crake. There's a rattling testicular. Impala are kind of buzzing about here as well. So always lots of insect or arthropod life that is around here. A number of those spider-eating wasps, and they generally congregate around the Mashatu trees as well. And they've got that blue iridescence on them. They're very big wasps too. But it does look like our Impala have kind of simmered down from all of their giddy behavior. And we're waiting kind of on a foraging party to next come through here to Mashatu. But while we do wait on any of that, I think it's possibly time for us to head back over to Kikuyu and see what's going on there. Something definitely spooked those springbuck, but also the crows that were right there. The dab chick also just zooming about. It's quite cool when you do see them like that. Just zoom out because maybe there's some elephant that I hope are coming to join us. Been some time since we've seen some ellies. Be a welcome sight. Hi, Hannah. And of course, with it being quite open, they aren't necessarily the most vulnerable here. Although if the lions did use any of these little green pockets or islands, they would use that then as a method for ambushing them. And that would mean that they would have to be quite close for that. So obviously, with it being open, it is very hard for those lions to then, sneak up on anything up here. Of course, during the night, those lions obviously are far more adept than at hunting, and I'm pretty sure that majority of the hunting that does go on here is predominantly at night. And the lions then do hold the advantage. That doesn't mean to say that hunting doesn't happen during the day, and of course they would then use these thickets, as I mentioned, as a form of ambush. As cover and then ambush, but that wildlife and these antelope would have to be rather close. So for example, these springbok can hit around 88 kilometers an hour in pace and speed, and that is far faster than a lion. So a lion would have to be really on its A game to ambush a number of these species that are here. Of course, be rather concealed. It is fantastic here, and I think it's also time for us to go to another location, and let's head off to Djuma, because there's some interesting things going on across there, and perhaps some different birds as well. So as you can see, we are joined here, and there's a suckling little piglet there, of course, but this sounder of warthogs with their little piglets, and of course the red-billed oxpecker on the one. Very, very cool. So the warthogs are hindgut fermenters as well, and you can just see that piglet there suckling away. Very, very cool to see. Not every day we see something like this, and really awesome seeing the little piglets too. So quite a special scene going on at the moment. You'll be able to hear those Burchell starlings. Quite fascinating. Really, really cool. Just wondering where a number of the others went. I did see some more out the corner of my eye earlier. But definitely there's one enjoying themselves right here. So what's interesting is that, after around 2 to 3 weeks or so, these piglets will also start grazing and going about it, but they'll also then be able to suckle for around 6 months or so. So very interesting to see anyway. I mean, practically once they're weaned, they are kind of on their own, so they do hang around within the sounder as well. They obviously do get picked off. Just see the boar there on the right hand side with the bigger tusks, as well as those more predominant facial warts. It's rather windy, so I'm hoping that it will die down and the camera will then stable out of it. I just have to come back out a bit just to make sure that we do keep stability. But yeah, practically from around 6 months or so, those warthogs obviously weaned and are then pretty much self-sustainable. Does mean that warthogs can have a number of litters throughout a year as well. It does obviously depend on area and their access to resource and food. They are, as I mentioned earlier, an indicator species of drought, so they do suffer quite heavily when resources and water are lacking. And obviously feeding typically on those front knees of theirs. Very cool to see. Hi, Deborah. Yes, it is very interesting. It's awesome to see. And as you alluded to, it's not something we see every day. So very cool to be able to note the different behavior. Though it is rather windy, so I'd like to go in a bit closer, but it is making the camera shake a little bit, this wind. So we'll just leave it here for now. You'll also just be able to make out that blacksmith lapwing. So all 3 dam locations ticked off with blacksmith lapwing. They are prevalent at all the locations. That boar really does have quite impressive tusks, but it is actually the bottom jaw tusks are the ones that you really need to watch out for. They do sharpen as they open and close their jaws, but it is that tusk on the bottom jaw that is what creates the most damage. If a warthog ever was to have a go at a human being, or at any animal really, that bottom tusk is kind of like a little dagger knife that then can create a number of issues and problems. Quite cool. It does look like 1 or 2 of those piglets. Obviously trying to suckle, but also just taking the opportunity to rest up too. You can just see that one there lying on the ground. Hear the turtle dove as well in the background. With it being quite windy, it does mean that the audio of any of the other birds is kind of quite tough to pick up. Where we can, of course, we will pick up and make note of anything that does call. Quite cool watching this little piglet there just chilling and lying on the ground and really just grazing quite lazily. So I do just want to zoom back out again just because the wind is obviously playing up a little bit there. There's one of those Birchall starlings. Here, let's just see if any of the other water birds might be around. Sometimes the jacana, sometimes some of the storks. Looks like Judy has also left us. Can't seem to be picking out anything else really at the moment. I think the wind is definitely going to play a part in this. Have a look and see if that woodpecker is around as well, because there's a golden-tailed woodpecker that is nesting here in this dead tree. But again, I think the wind might disrupt our plans.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. Chill.
So a lovely kudu bull as well coming to the party. Some nice black-faced impala, springbok, gemsbok, wildebeest and zebra. So really a busy time here in Okakuya. So a lovely scene unfolding at the moment. Nice just to take it all in. Enjoy the approach of these two herds. Of course, the kudu that's here right now is springbok and our gemsbok. Ah, no, Ellie has joined us now, so fantastic. We've been waiting for some elephant action. Really awesome to have an elephant here again. It'll be interesting to see how the dynamics of this waterhole now pan out. I'm sure the elephant will just take control over on this side, and of course that herd of wildebeest and zebra going to just be enjoying and keeping their distance on the other side. Also the kudu. You did and would have noticed how the springbok did scatter. It's so true, Nature Hugger. We were hoping for them yesterday, and in fact, they did come through in the afternoon. But yeah, it is great that we do have elephant now, and a lovely bull, Ellie, at that. So really quite awesome. Springbok, kudu, wildebeest, zebra, and our elephant. So a lovely scene, and really quite cool. Just seeing how there's almost 4 different species that have their own corners of the dam at the moment. The kudu here on the left. There's one springbok there, actually just in between the wildebeest and then the zebra, and of course our elephant right here where the water is freshest, coming straight out of the pump leading down into the dam. Really cool. Really, really cool. Lovely to immerse ourselves just in what is panning out at the moment. Nice to just sit and keep quiet and watch what goes on. So very cool. Lovely that our Ellie's now facing us. We're clearly getting right into the good fresh stuff there. So really awesome, a fantastic time spent here in Okukuyo and in Mashatu. But it's time for us to check in again with Liam. He's got some more birds to add to our big birding day.
Well, welcome back to Kariega, folks. And whilst we're on the subject of big things and birds, here we have the world's largest bird, the common ostrich. We've got two males here. One is the one we're with at the moment is actually trailing behind another individual. Seem to be kind of steadily eyeballing each other, steadily following each other. You can see this chap's got still got a bit of a red in him, so he's going to have a little bit of hormones running through him and affecting his behavior to some degree. We've had a number of nice displaying males the last few days, displaying for females, not excessively as it was in the last 2 weeks, but they're still in the mood. It's a fascinating group of birds, the ratites. They're flightless birds, so their feathers are very different to those that fly. They don't require as much maintenance as we saw with that spur-winged goose earlier, because they don't need to fly, and that's probably one of the most important things for birds, although it is not the only purpose of feathers. Of course, in ostriches it would certainly help them insulate a lot better in areas where it gets quite hot. Obviously two species of ostrich, a common ostrich throughout most of sub-Saharan Africa, and then the Somali ostrich in the north. Janet, the ostrich, I don't believe, has 3 stomachs. There are other mammals that might have a 3-chambered stomach. But ostriches, you could almost, I want to say 2 stomachs, but there's 2 sections, main sections to how they ingest their food. So first up is, as you can see with the smell, feeds excessively and fills up what is known as the crop. And the crop sits just kind of in the neck. And so what it can, with this purpose is it really helps with when there's a limited food resource in a small area. So you can capitalize on the food resource that's available at that given moment and feed on it as much as possible and then move on. So that all collects in what is known as the crop. So it's not exactly the stomach, and that will then go down into the gizzard, and that kind of mechanically breaks down the food in what is considered a part of the stomach, and then it goes further on into the main stomach where digestive enzymes and sometimes even microbes in certain birds will aid in the digestion, particularly of plant foods. So no, they don't have a 3-chambered stomach like certain mammals, but rather different components to the digestive system that act like a multi-chambered stomach. If that answers your question, Janet. Oof, gaudy male. So, I mentioned earlier the 2 species of ostrich that exist. The common ostrich, as the name implies, quite common, quite widespread, and when it comes into breeding, you'll see this lovely red color. However, with a Somali or northern ostrich, which occurs further up in the Horn of Africa, they turn blue instead of red, and they are a lot more endangered than the common ostrich, which is quite widespread. So there's a number of conservation efforts that are really trying to save space for the Somali ostrich, so we don't lose such a grand old species. Yeah, they do come into competition with people for land. Such a lovely shot here, this male. Taking in this moment, folks. It's such a beautiful visual of this male. His feathers seem to be in good nick. His wings also, folded nicely away. Doesn't seem like he's as injured as I've seen a number of other males here. He's doing well for himself. It's known that ostriches also, along with when they feed, in areas where there's little stones and grit, that they take in little bits as they feed, and that bit of grit, when it gets to the gizzard, part of the digestive system, helps to mechanically crush the plant material that it feeds on. Just looking at this male's legs, it looks like a dinosaur. There's leathery legs with massive big toes and sharp claws on the end. It really looks like something out of Jurassic Park. I mean, I suppose birds are living dinosaurs. In fact, some scientists even reckon the initial evolution of feathers came from insulation. So much like an ostrich, feathers would have been used to insulate an animal and protect against varying temperature differences, and flight is but a result of that. That, folks. So I'm just gonna pull away from this chap. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the male that he was following and has been following this entire time. He's got his tail up and he's found a competitor. A little bit of showing off going on here between these two. That's always a very good sign of alertness in a bird. Tail that is upright. It said that many species, many populations of this species, ostriches, are in fact a domestic variety. There's very few pure wild gene pools left of the common ostrich in southern Africa, and that's because of a incredible trend in the 1950s that was known as the ostrich boom, and it came at a time when ostrich plumes were very high fashion, and this resulted in a large number of ostriches becoming farmed. And with that, with them being farmed, a lot of wild ostriches would have been kept or gathered and bred for the high fashion statement at the time. Of course, today they are also farmed in many parts of the world, actually, where many different parts of the bird are utilized. But we like them wild and free. Incredibly powerful legs, those. If anybody's ever seen them battle and chest each other. I've even met people who've had unfortunate run-ins with these creatures, so they are potentially dangerous on foot, especially if they're trying to protect a nest. And with those long, powerful legs and extremely sharp claws, they can inflict great damage on anything that it decides to pick a fight with. Not always a good criteria for an animal to be domesticated if it is aggressive. If we look at the history of so many domesticated animals, we find that one of the traits is, can they be tamed? And once they can be tamed, and they tend to not kill people, then we choose to keep them as domesticated animal. Good reason why buffaloes probably haven't been domesticated in Africa. Very contrasty, those feathers. Makes them quite visible in any type of light. Whereas a female seems to blend in a lot better. So that's a very good reason why females tend to sitting on the nest during the day. With their drabber coloration, they tend to blend in a lot better. The males are a bit gaudy by comparison, so they sit on the nest at night more often, and just losing them over the hill. There is another male. And he doesn't look in as good condition as the ones we were following. This one does appear to have a little bit of a damaged wing, and that often happens when they fight each other. As mentioned earlier, those kicks from an ostrich have the ability to inflict some serious damage, and very likely this male may have received a kick in the shoulder on the wing, which has resulted in the wing drooping a little.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind-the-scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
So just enjoying our early bull drinking at the moment. Of course, everyone else that is here, the kudu, the springbuck, and the gemsbuck. Looks like some good numbers of zebra building off as well. Just off to the top of us. So there's going to be a little bit of action for the next bit. So we're just going to sit here and enjoy. Of course, having this early face, this is rather fantastic. So sitting with him for a moment will definitely be rewarding. So he does seem to just be enjoying a casual drink here. As I said, I am kind of waiting for him just to see if he does rest up or take the opportunity to sleep. It looks like the cloud cover that was present is slowly starting to burn off. It is getting a bit lighter, but that does remain to be seen. So again, just going to sit here with him and enjoy a moment with an elephant. It's been a few days obviously since we haven't seen one, or seen one at least, and time just to sit back and relax with Ellie Magic. So really awesome, just sitting here, just watching how he enjoys that fresh water. But for those of you that aren't in the know just yet, in aid of Animal Rights Day, Wild Earth are hosting a 2-day, and that is on the 10th and the 11th of December, interactive quiz that will test your understanding of animals and raise awareness for their rights too. So get your team together and be sure to enter to take part in generating awareness about animal rights, as this becomes a more important focus globally. Entries are now open, and those entries are open on our website, and they're open until the 6th of December. So get your team together, get yourself entered, and make sure you partake in our interactive quiz for animal awareness. It does look like he is slowly taking that opportunity to get a bit of shut eye as well. Capitalizing on some cooler weather, it seems too. So you can just see him kind of curling his trunk up, keeping it out of any of the moisture. Really quite a cool scene. Obviously also have these springbok grazing in front of us. You see that Egyptian goose pushing around, as well as the audio of those mourning doves. So really, really cool. it definitely looks like our Ellie is kind of in between resting and drinking fresh water. Just waiting to see how this all pans out. Hi, Sean. And Ellies don't necessarily tend to tolerate oxpeckers too much, so while they might happen here and there, you generally don't associate oxpeckers with Ellies. And also up here, Natasha, we don't get oxpeckers either. They aren't recorded up here. But it's not uncommon to see other birds sometimes hitching a ride or even using elephants in aid of their feeding practices. So drongos, other bee eaters. I've seen photos actually of bee eaters and rollers even sitting on the backs of Ellies and then using them to hawk insects as they walk through and disturb other arthropods and insects in the grass through the bush that they walk through. So, but it's you don't generally see oxpeckers on Ellies anyway, because Ellies generally also tend to dust bath and also are covered in mud. So they tend to favor other species. We're just enjoying our Ellie bull at the moment, watching as these zebra kind of pool in their numbers, and also just keeping an ear out for bird audio. Of course, it is birding big day, so birds are a focus for the day. But nothing that we haven't heard just yet in the last few moments. But just trying to train my ears to see and hear if there's anything off in the distance. It looks like we're just going to have to wait. But I'm sure we are going to be joined now with good numbers. It looks like gemsbok and zebra coming through. Let's just give it a second or so. I'm sure it's going to be quite an interesting scene. So you can see that large number of zebra coming down. Really quite spectacular to watch and see as they approach. So definitely waiting for them to come join us. I can just make out quite distantly, quite faint at least, a hoopoe. So we also have a hoopoe here for the morning. It just seems like it's never ending with the zebra at the moment, but they will be blocked by our Ellie that is here, so we won't be conducting a number quiz just yet. Some giraffe bolting off as well in the distance. You can really see how quick they do move and how fast and how much land they do cover as they gallop off. But yeah, with this Ellie going to be blocking the zebra, it doesn't make sense to do a count just yet. Of course, throughout the course of the day, if there's another big herd, we'll have a look and we'll see how good your guys' arithmetic is with regards to a dazzle of zebra. It'll be interesting to see, because we did note that the zebra that were here earlier on this morning got rather deep into the water and waded quite deep. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now with all of these zebra as they pull down here and if they encroach in onto the water space and in towards the center. Really quite spectacular. Most zebras galore at the moment. Definitely one of the bigger herds we've seen, or highest number of them that we've seen this week, and there's actually more in the distance coming through, just off to the left of us, as well as some that kind of got spooked by the giraffe that were running off as well. So they're pushing ever deeper into the water and just taking more space as they arrive. So just fascinating watching this all unfold. And the other zebra then coming down really is a fantastic sighting. So it's a pity our bull Ellie, I don't like to say that, but it's a pity he's blocking, because it'll be interesting to note how many of them are around. I would assume plus 70. that could very well be more. But he's obviously blocking some of them. But really quite awesome to have all of this action going on at the moment. Definitely something just to sit back and enjoy, because it's not every day you see zebra in this number. So really just immersing ourselves in what is going on right now. It's not much really to say because they really have stolen the show. And it's just awesome. I'm not too sure what spooked all these zebs at the moment, but I'm pretty sure they will come back, or at least the majority of them. And it does look like we are still going to be joined by a number of the others up top too. So it was really just quite spectacular having a number of zebra like that around us. Really, really awesome. Hi Veronica, yes they can be, but of course when you're in big numbers and there's maybe something that doesn't agree with some people, it's kind of like you follow the herd and a follow the herd mentality. So, you know, if one or two start gapping it, the others kind of follow suit, and then they kind of settle down again and then come back down to the water. So it is definitely a bit of herd mentality. And rather make a getaway if everyone else is gapping it. Probably is a safer bet if there was anything around than if you hang around too. So definitely that herd mentality playing a part there. Really just quite fascinating, just being able to sit here and watch almost the conveyor belt of zebra that we've had. Of course, Bull Ellie stealing the show, and the Springbok and Gemsbok doing their bit too.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So just continuing to enjoy these fantastic scenes. Lovely kudu, of course our Ellie, the Gemsbok, Springbok, and our zebra. It just doesn't seem to be stopping at the moment, so I'm just going to just make sure that we enjoy exactly what is going on, because when there is a lot of activity, it's nice to just switch off and see how everyone else goes about their time at the waterhole. So it really has been quite fantastic. Lots of zebra action. Of course, lots of kudu, Springbok, Gemsbok, and our big bull Ellie. But it's time for us to go and check in again with Liam. and see what is transpiring down in Kariega.
Well, folks, welcome back to Kariega. Sounds like a lovely time over there with Alex and those Ellies. Here we have a couple of feeding or dabbling yellow-billed ducks. So the three on the left-hand side are yellow-billed ducks. The two on the right are a pair of little grebes. Oh, it's just dripped down to the water. It's actually a parent and a youngster. So, yeah, these yellow-billed ducks are dabbling in you can hear the call of the little grebe, dabbling in the vegetation, and they're feeding on the floating vegetation. You can see on the edge there. Just mind the audio as a big steel bird flies over. As these ducks keep on feeding. So, we had the question earlier about, do birds have 3 stomachs? And just to elaborate on that, they have 3 main aspects of the digestive system before it goes into the intestine where absorption takes place. So, you could say two chambered stomachs. One has got a chemical aspect and one has got a mechanical aspect, but before that it goes into the crop. So these ducks will be filling up their crop, and once their crop is full, the crop will then go on into the it will then go into the stomach, where chemical digestion takes place, and then mechanical. What's really interesting is birds that feed on vegetation or leaves, because as one might know, for many creatures, getting a good amount of nutrients out of plant material can be quite challenging. You normally have to consume quite large amounts of it, unless you're a ruminant, of course, a multi-chambered ungulate or multi-chambered stomach, an ungulate with multi-chambered stomach, and they have a very efficient system of digestion where different aspects, the 4 different chambers work on different aspects to the digestive process. The most important of which is fermentation, and that does occur in some bird species. Mouse birds is a classic example. Across the Atlantic Ocean we have the Hoatzin in the jungles of South America. All of these birds use fermentation like a cow to digest their food. That is making use of microorganisms that live in the gut. We all have these little microorganisms. We feed them with probiotics like yogurt in humans. It's always good to have a good balance of gut bacteria. So as these yellow-billed ducks feed through the vegetation, they will inevitably pick up little invertebrates, eggs, larvae, dragonfly larvae, aquatic insects that will live in this vegetation along the edge of the soot hole. It looks like that dab chick was giving the ducks a cause for concern. So dab chicks or grebes. Dab chick's the old name, grebes the new name. And this is the smallest of the 3 species of grebes we get in southern Africa. Also happens to be the most abundant or widespread. The other 2 are incrementally larger. The blackneck grebe occurs in certain coastal waters on the west coast, the subcontinent, as well as inland wetlands or pans. And then even bigger than the blackneck grebe is the greater crested or great crested grebe, which is about the size of one of these yellow-billed ducks. Whilst I keep at it with these ducks and grebes, I'm going to send you back to Alex with the eddies. What a hole there.
Thanks, Liam. And yes, back here, enjoyable scenes. Those giraffes seem to be coming through to join us right now as well. And it looks like this elephant is actually quite happy having all these springbok around it. Also, the springbok are the only other animals that we know it that take the fresh water. So they've learned something from the ellies, it seems. But lots of action going on here regardless. Still to hear any new birds in the area, but it's not a cause for concern because we are here with our elephant and good numbers of everything else. I'm hoping that those giraffe slowly meander their way down and we can enjoy peaceful sightings. So a lot still going on. Of course, just our chorus of those Cape Crows, those mourning doves. Looks like our giraffe. I'm going to rather give this elephant the waterhole for now. No complaints. Hi, Janet. I have to think about that one. I've had a number of really cool elephant sightings, but I suppose one of the coolest things I've done was work up in Zimbabwe with orphans that were being rewilded and interacting with elephants then. So having them kind of smell me, walking with them in the bush, actually getting pushed into a tree by one of them when I broke shape the one time. But just being in the presence of Eddie's generally is awesome. But I must say that working up in Zim with the Zimbabwe Elephant Nursery was probably one of the coolest things and interaction times I've had with elephant. But I love tracking them as well. Walking elephants in the bush is always awesome, and seeing them on foot too, just because you do really realize how insignificant and small you are. And each elephant also has their own personality. So different times and spaces, I think. Sometimes I kind of gauge it down on what my favorite elephant sighting in a year is, even over a few months too. So but I've had a number of really special elephant sightings. Some of them in Mashatu as well, having breakfast under the Mashatu trees with around 50 of them, sharing the same shade as us in the middle of summer is another. Others when they've just been resting right next to me. The first time I ever walked into an ellie at the age of 7 along the Sabi River and got the fright of my life. That's probably another one. So there's a number. Can't think of more off the top of my head. Well, actually I can, but rather not bore you with those stories. But I do enjoy my time with elephants. It's always a good and fun thing. So it does look like it is clearing a little bit here. Cloud cover does seem to be burning off. A couple of black-faced impala across the other side of the water right now. And we really are just maximizing our time with our Ellie bull at the moment. So it looks like this bull is having a bit of a rest. You can kind of see kind of nods off and then comes back to life and then nods off again as well. So the Springbok definitely capitalizing on a rather empty dam at the moment, considering all the action and species we had around almost like 10-15 minutes or so ago. So quite cool. Just seeing how the dynamics have changed. So just enjoying our time with the Springbok. and our sleeping Ellie. Those impala are leaving us slowly. And it looks like the zebra are actually missioning back into the Mopani thickets up top there. So we're just going to have to wait and see what else happens. But a sleeping Ellie and him taking the time to sit with us, really not going to detract from our escape to nature. Hi, Starbucks. So it's something that I've noticed here, and it's in particular with these elephants up here in Etosha. I think it's got to do with genetics, and it just happens to be that it is an area kind of phenomenon with these elephants that occur here, that they just don't have as much hair on their tails. I haven't been able to explain it any other way. I did think that it might only just be one or two of them, but there are quite a few that have less hair on their tails, and I've got no idea other than what I think is just a genetic trait in the elephants up here. So still just trying to pick out any of the other audio that might be going on around here. Really are just enjoying the usual sights and sounds at the moment, but of course lots of springbok action, and they are edging ever so closer to the eddy. It's quite fascinating to watch that though. He is very relaxed with them though, not needing to throw his weight around, and I think also just nodding off again. Seems like he's woken up from his slumber, and I think, sadly, that is the calling card from our bull Ellie. He's probably going to mission off. It's probably time to eat and get back onto that feeding cycle of his. So let's just zoom out. We'll watch him as he moves off. It really was fantastic to be able to spend some time with an elephant. Maybe that will mean that the giraffe now decides to come through. That you probably find he is getting some hunger pains. Definitely needing to refuel. Hi, Sheldon. No, it's not. It is pumped. So where the elephant was just standing and drinking out of, that is where the pumped water fills the dam from. So that is kind of the reservoir. It does seem like he's having a rest just off here. And I'm just sticking with him as he moves off because it's always quite cool watching Ellies, in any case, kind of disappear. It gives you a sense as to how quickly they can disappear into foliage or into a distance when they are in the wild. Definitely looks like he is taking the opportunity to rest. Of course, we're kind of inundated with the calls of the Cape Crows at the moment. So I'm sure they are blocking any of the other audio that might be present. Not too sure what spooked all the springbok into action. We'll have a look now as our Ellie leaves us. Seems like the others that are around here are pretty unfazed by whatever caused that ruckus, disturbance. And now Ellie has left us, and we are just going to enjoy the company of our springbok while we wait. Oh, there's our acacia-pied barbet. Been waiting on that. Coming through the Cape Crow audio. Hi, Rudy. So elephants kind of choose wherever they want to sleep or rest, and that can be anywhere really, because nothing really is going to disturb an elephant. So it could be here in the open next to this dam, it could be in a thicket, in shade, it could be next to a river, it could be literally wherever they decide that it's time to have a rest. That's really how they decide. It's really just up to them and where they feel comfortable at that present moment. It really is quite a cool scene if you consider we had all those zebra around earlier and now something really quite small but in good numbers, the springbok kind of just filling the space. Looks like a small little harem of zebra just coming through. And the cloud cover definitely burning up a little bit, or burning off. So just interesting as well. Also if you consider just how big that elephant was, considering how much space it took up when we did have the camera on him. So really, really cool. A lovely way to spend the day. Hygienic Planet. And you kind of just alluded to the difference there yourself. They are both two separate species. So the rollers and bee eaters are completely different species. And although the European first names of those might be confusing, they are definitely two distinct species with very distinct behavioral patterns and also different colorizations. So different family groups as well. They obviously both migrate and do come down here and are fairly widespread as well. There are a number of separate populations of the European rollers, some from Ukraine, others obviously further west in Europe. And the differences really on them are some of the colorizations on them, or the colors really, the plumages. And with the European bee eaters, they obviously also come down from Europe. And are also fairly widespread throughout southern Africa when they do come down. Also, again, there'll probably be one or two different area differences in terms of where they occur and come down from. Some coming from Germany, some coming from almost the coast of France. And, with that and with those area differences, they'll have perhaps some different plumages as well. But those are, and obviously, as I said, different species. And that is really what the difference is that there are two separate species of bird.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more. I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
just picking up our audio there of the mourning dove, and we've got one or two giraffes slowly making it through the thicket again. Perhaps those two that ran off when the Ellie was here, not wanting to spend so much time with the Ellie and everyone else that was present. Of course, our Cape Crow as well. Just going at it hammer and tongs. So it looks like we are just going to try and wait for those giraffe. And while we wait for those giraffe and these zebra to come down, as well as those gemsbok, please do remember that this is a live and interactive experience. So please do send through any of your questions, your comments, points of interest, things you would like us to touch further on. It is obviously your journey into the African wilderness with us and your safari. So make sure you do get those through. It is always fantastic to interact with you guys as well. You can just start to see that giraffe coming through and that gemsbok slowly pushing into the center of the dam. So slowly our giraffe are making their way down here. Of course, gemsbok and zebra have also joined the party again. Let's just wait for our Jerry to join us. But really, it has been action-packed. A massive herd of zebra that came through earlier really was something to behold. But we have had a lot of diversity here today, and no complaints around that either. It looks like this giraffe is definitely asking us to play some patience with it at the moment. It's not a bad thing at all, but we will just have to sit here and wait and see what unfolds. audio of that European bee eater, and our giraffe slowly making its way down. So we should have it with us quite soon. And you can hear that acacia pie barbet quite clearly there now. Nice and loud audio for us. So nice to have that. Of course, the blacksmith lapwing's also going off. And again, still waiting on our giraffe. Our giraffe is slowly getting down, so also it's always awesome just to watch them as they kind of precariously make themselves their way down to any water anyway, but also just make themselves content that there isn't anything around, kind of relax and then get down to the business of drinking. Here we go, eventually here at the water, and this individual is rather dark. Let's just get a closer look. Could also just be the light at the moment, but definitely quite a dark giraffe. Always cool to watch it. Always cool just to admire the different patterns on each giraffe as well. Maybe just lift us up a little bit. Not cool to look at a beheaded giraffe. really cool. This one quite clearly a cow. The one we had earlier was a bull, and a rather dark cow at that as well. But just really fascinating. I always enjoy watching the dynamics of giraffe drinking water. I think slowly starting to think about heading off. Let's just see. Sometimes they do this and just scan around again and then get back to having a quick drink and then finally make their way away from the water. But it does seem this individual has been rather cautious. So let's just see what goes on. Hi Birdwatcher, yes, and you will also see that layers up here if you are fortunate enough to ever get to Etosha. There are that layers here. Just having a peer around and making sure the coast is clear and then getting back to drinking. Really awesome. She's rather a very pretty giraffe. And a nice gemsbok coming to join. Looks like our zebra numbers are picking up again. I'm going to just zoom out because I do think the giraffe is going to start to head away. And just kind of watch. Another rather large harem of zebra comes to join us. So I do think with it getting a bit busier, our giraffe is probably going to think about moving off. An impala as well, just here to the bottom of the screen. So great to have our zebra here now. Gemsbok as well, just on the right of us. 2 impala. And it really has been a lot of action, just non-stop throughout the day. Lots of different species around as well. So the diversity has been on point. Quite fascinating how that giraffes just hung around and still just looking at everyone while they take over the waterhole. Really quite cool. I'm still just watching to see what this giraffe does get up to, but clearly interested in what is going on and around it. And the zebra have kind of got to their normal drinking habit, not venturing as deep as what they were earlier on. But just nice to have them all around with us anyway. Hi Kevin, that's an interesting way to put it, because it's actually the first I've ever heard of an apex prey item, where in fact I suppose all herbivores on some levels to some degree are favored by different predators. So it would really have to come down to which predator you are referring to as to what would be, I suppose, then coined apex prey or favored item. But yeah, it will depend on the predator, the size of the predator, the numbers of the predators, as also the number of the prey and the area that we are in, how prevalent they are in number. So there'll be a number of variables that then need to be taken into consideration. Some rather fast zebras zooming in now to come down to the water. Clearly quite excited to get a drink. Quite a young zebra here at the moment, but I've only really seen one foal of late. I can keep my eyes peeled to see if there are any other younger calves or lambs around, even foals. But no such luck just yet here in Okakuyo. Hi Kendrick, yeah, they do really have quite a bit of pace on them. And it's interesting because as they approach, it's generally quite a bit quicker. And also when they spook, you obviously notice how that speed then also picks up. So they can move at really very fast speeds. But yeah, it is always interesting because they generally make their way down to the water very fast and then kind of meander off after that. So it's a lot slower when they do depart. So just listening to the bird audio at the moment. We've got those European bee-eaters. Again, those acacia, or one of those acacia pied barbets calling as well just before that. And good zebra numbers. It really has been a day where we have experienced many zebra. Of course, lots of springbuck too. So it really has been a bumper day of mammal sightings. Of course, it is birding big day, and we are trying to pick up on as many of the others as we can. But there's also one of those southern-masked weavers now in the background. So whatever we do pick up, of course, we'll call it out. And if there is anything that does come through, obviously jump on and have a look at that as well.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
These three zebra really are kind of taking an interest in themselves more so than the water at the moment. Quite cool. So biting each other, definitely frayed tempers it seems at the moment. I'm not too sure what is going on, so just watching what is unfolding with them. So it looks like those zebra are kind of moving off. The Gemsbok coming back to join the Springbok. And that other zebra also racing off again, which is quite weird because it's normally when they come down that they speed up. It does look like it's possibly meeting up with a friend. So Sitle across an MC reckons it's because the rocks are hot and trying to run away, but I mean, well, that could be a thing. It could be a thing indeed, although the others are quite relaxed. I don't know. Who knows? We speculate here on a Saturday. But cool, it's nice that we have drips and drabs, keeping us on our toes and busy at least. Awesome little audio there of our European bee eaters as well. So great that they're also hanging around for us. Of course, they'll be far higher up than where we're looking right now. So yeah, I don't think we'll get a visual of them. So we're just listening to the audio of these European bee eaters and watching a couple of the swifts and swallows come through for water, taking it off the surface there. And those two dab chicks that are with us. And on the topic of birds, today is Birding Big Day. So all of our naturalists and CAMOPs are teaming up to partake in the biggest birding event of the year in South Africa. So Wild Earth will have a team for each of our locations and special ornithologist guests joining us on the shows. And for the fireside chat later on tonight at 8 p.m. Central African time. Birding Big Day is loads of fun, but it's also important for us as all the data collected from all the teams around the country on the day is added to a database and helps science and conservation. So that is also why we've been paying a lot more attention to the bird audio as well as different birds in the areas we've come to you from. Obviously in line with Big Birding Day, trying to add to data and to conservation of birds and other animals as well. I mean, we've had very awesome sightings up here in Okakuyo the entire day. We did kickstart with those Kori bustards, so a pair of them, but it really has been a zebra day since that. And our Bull Ellie did steal the show for some time as well, so interesting times have been had. But lots of zebras still coming through. Of course, the Gemsbok and the Springbok also capitalizing on the waterhole today. lots of audio of those European bee-eaters at the moment. They really do have a peaceful call. I really do enjoy listening to it. So just taking in our bird audio, enjoying our zebra and our gemsbok and springbok that are around. So it's been fantastic having all of them around, because when we don't have any action, we then have to play patience games. So it's fantastic just being able to sit and watch, as well as just take in the bird audio that is all around us. It just seems like the zebra just don't want to stop coming through, and I'm not complaining at all about that. It's just awesome to see just the different packets and little harems of them that do come through, of course, in bigger numbers as well.
Да, такой, да. Воздушный очень шагает. А вот это первый большой слон, который мы увидели. Такой лёжкой летящий похож. Идет к водопою. Да, похоже, он увидел, да. Мне это гораздо интереснее. Там воды тоже есть. Там тоже вода. Случилось, когда он говорит, ну, вот не знаю. Первый слой большой, который как он думает, у нас программа все запланирована. Все это мелочь.
So we've been joined by another Ellie bull. I do think it'll probably hang around for some time though, because he looks rather dry. Perhaps even in must. But we will keep tabs on that. But it is also time for us to shoot across to Djuma. Let's go and see what's happening there. I think our warthog family is still hanging around. So we'll touch base with them and then come back to enjoy some time with the Ellie bull after that. So it is a little windy, but quite clearly you can see our sounder of warthogs sound asleep. Just be able to see little piglets, the boar and the two sows, really taking advantage of that shade over there. Have hung around for most of the day, so it's fantastic to be able to see them. Not every day that we do pick them out either. It's also quite rare to also get footage of sleeping warthogs, although it is something that they do. They will capitalize when they feel that they are safe and rest up exactly like this. So quite cool to be able to see anyway. This wind is definitely playing some havoc with us. Nice Impala ram. There have been a bachelor herd of Impala that have been hanging around of late. I'm wondering if this is one of the herd that has been here, because I would think that it is probably trying to find that maybe it's been separated over the night, who knows, even with this wind. The wind definitely picking up, so there's also just, oh there we go. So as I said, this is the little bachelor herd of Impala that have been hanging around of late. I think this one over there is coming to join. Let's just have a look and see. Nice to have them so close. Let's just watch them having a drink for now. Really quite cool. They do look like they are in very good nick at the moment. Lovely sheen on their coats. That one that's actually approaching, its horn is kind of set back, its left horn. Kind of out of position, not uniform. Just hear that ring-neck dove there in the distance. Let's just scroll back out now, because I do think they're going to just shoot across. Just keep a tab on where they are, what they're up to. Does look like there's some ewes around as well. No, it's just younger boys. One kind of letting the youngsters know that he's boss. I'm just going to come to the other side here, because I do think we can just hear them snorting and grunting at each other. You would have just heard that golden-tailed woodpecker. We were trying to look for it earlier. There is a little nest, but been unsuccessful so far, but a golden-tailed woodpecker anyway, the audio of. So great to tick that off. Sounds like other wood hoopies or some arrow-marked babblers. Once they call again, I'll confirm. So the arrow-marked babblers definitely, and of course now we have our little piglets and the rest of the sound are up and at it. Clearly siesta time is over. Let's just follow where they go, because it's possibly time for a little wallow. I'm sure it's getting quite hot. A little puffback calling too. Let's just watch where these little piggies go. Does look like a little wallow is probably on the cards right now. Perhaps a drink first, but I'm sure we'll see one or two of them sit in the water as well. Hi D. Yes, they will. So they'll start to graze from around 2 to 3 weeks, but they will suckle for around 6 months. And then from there, they're pretty much on their own. They start to, drink and eat whatever they want. They don't suckle after 6 months. So it's known that warthogs can have more than 1 litter in a year, a lot of piglets. Obviously, if those litters do get wiped out, they do then breed sooner. So that's why I say more than 1. It sometimes can be more. It does depend on the area that they're in and how predated upon a litter might be, because leopards and lions do thoroughly enjoy them, and so do wild dogs and the rest. So as I said, it does depend on the area, but they can have a number of litters in a year. I'm just looking to see where they all go, just so we make sure that we keep track of them, because there's a little wallow here, and I think that is where the adults have kind of got into. It's kind of just blocked this foliage here at the moment, so we'll try to keep as best tabs as we can on them. Quite a cool little scene over here at the moment. Unfortunately, a little bit of the vegetation blocking our view, but as we thought, definitely getting into the wallow. And you'll always notice when they do run those tails that very erect and run through kind of like little antennas as they bolt through the bush. A little bit of argy-bargy going on here with the one sow and that piglet. Piglet probably trying to have a suckle, and she's not really too interested in that at the moment. But let's just see what goes on. Rather interesting behavior at the moment. Like, Mom, I'm thirsty. And she's saying, not a chance, my man. You can just see a couple of logs being used now as rubbing posts. And they are one of the animals that do engage in using stumps and rocks and that as rubbing posts too. Getting any itches off as well as knocking off any ticks and that might be around. Spurred into action there. You'll just be able to hear the audio of some of those oxpeckers around too. But quite cool because we've had a lot of zebra this morning, and nice to be able to spend time with the warthogs. I haven't seen them across in Mashatu for some time. I think with all the water and the pan systems that will now be available, they're definitely capitalizing on all that is going on there. So I'm just trying to make sure that keep some cool visuals of this rubbing that's going on, as well as the little piglets too. The two sows. The boar has just moved off to the left of us. Deirdre's cuckoo as well there calling. So nice to hear the Deirdre's cuckoo.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the safari king or queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
Really cool. These little piglets really do have some character. Just trying to keep many of them in frame at the moment. I think they're going to zoom off now anyway. Red-faced testicular as well in the background. And of course, time for a second rub down. Audio of that Diedrich's cuckoo as well. So really quite awesome fantastic watching these guys. Not all the time that we get to spend a good portion with little piglets. Of course, just enjoying what is going on right now. Rubbing and grazing, it seems, mostly the idea. Perhaps in a second little wallow. But it's been really cool and lovely to spend some time with these little warthogs. And it is also time for us to shoot over to Liam and see what's going on in Kariega.
Well, hello there, folks, and welcome back to Scotiapan. It's been fairly quiet here the last while, whilst you've been with Alex. It's been our resident cormorant, and he's been active for the last 30 or so minutes, trying to catch frogs. It seems mostly frogs. It's just here in the foreground of the sacred ibis, just on the shore there. There's still a bit of a breeze, as you can see by the ripples on the water. There's our cormorant. It's a little reed cormorant. And popping up and down, plunging down to the depths of the pan, of the waterhole, and swimming around there with its wings and its feet to propel it through the water. So they do have a preference for fish, cormorants, but in a small waterhole like this they will tend towards frogs, and fish typically do better in bigger water ecosystems or aquatic ecosystems. Oh, nice. Trying to dry the feathers there. So we'll probably go and sit now and do a little bit of a wing flap on the shoreline, as they so often do. Now earlier, there you are. Earlier on we were following a male ostrich through the plains, who eventually came to rest, and he leaned over and prodded onto his forgetting the word right now. It's a little gland on the back, basically. The gland is used for, it's a preening gland. So, and that male ostrich was prodding it just to let it release the substance that's used to treat feathers. Now, in this little reed cormorant's instance, it doesn't have as much that is produced out of that preening gland. So, you see, when it dives, if it has those oils in the feathers, the oils will trap air or repel air, and that is not what it wants. It wants its wings to actually be completely soaked, so that they act like a fish's fin in the water. So that's why these cormorants don't have water repellent wings. They use those wings for swimming, much in the way a fish would. So that's why they have to manually dry them in the sun. And that's what this little cormorant is doing. A little tinkering of the blacksmith lapwing. A bit of a grooming session. our Cape Weavers back at the nest for a moment. Let's see if we can just try to get a shot here of him. Sneaky. It did, there you are, there he is. I thought he'd flown off. So here we have a Cape Weaver, it seems. Yes, quite a large weaver, and he's quite well on with that nest. There's a couple of other nests also along this bank. There is a male on the opposite side of this waterhole. Has just begun construction of the nest. I haven't gone to go see how he's doing today or yesterday, but I'll go and have a look in the next days to see if he's still there. Also might be a nice story to follow. Yeah. Let's see if this male comes back. There he is, top of screen. So, like many weavers, the Cape Weaver is polygamous. So he will have a number of nests which he has built for attracting females, multiple females, and you can see a number of them along this waterhole. These nests are quite susceptible to certain predators. These nests are quite susceptible to certain predators. There's his call. Quite a show, that. Almost reminds me of the old internet startup. Dial-up internet. And it appears he might even be building another. It looks like at the end of that branch. What are you doing there? He seems to be hanging in the right position to be constructing something. Oops, and dropped off. Bird we all might be quite familiar with again, the old Egyptian goose. So, yes, we might be quite familiar with this particular bird, the Egyptian goose, but they do still have a role, as with every different species creature that exists within an ecosystem. When their numbers get to good numbers, they really have a significant impact on consuming the vegetative matter and turning it through. You'll find a lot of these water birds who do feed in the ground, they'll end up sitting on the edges of the water, and when they're resting and defecating, that rich dropping, or that rich dropping, is easily incorporated into the soil and gives the soil a nice good old nitrogen boost. So you find a lot of plants grow very well along the edges of the waterhole, not only because there's water, but because there's a good amount of nutrient cycling through it. It looks like the spurwing is joining the party. So we've got a spurwing, Egyptian goose, and a little grebe in the foreground. So the geese eating mostly vegetative matter, and the dabchick more protein. Just like the cormorant, it also dives below the surface and actively pursues various tadpoles, small fish, sometimes frogs, in much shorter bouts than the cormorant. This little grebe here on the left hand side. You can see the Egyptian goose has got a little bit of vegetative matter that it's feeding on. Vegetable matter. Gotta have your vegetables. Keep it nice and balanced. I was saying just yesterday, water bodies are such a critical aspect to strategy to a big birding day. They bring numbers of birds in a very short space of time. I mean, water attracts life. So good strategy is start up early and try and find the habitat specialists. So it might be in a savanna or grassland, a forest. Get those birds early and late, and then during the middle of the day, when there's typically a bit of a quiet period, it's always good to go and look for waterhole and try and rake in a few of your water birds. There's always something happening at waterholes at any time of the day, so you don't really need to spend too much time there. You stop at a waterhole and everything's almost always there. Also quite open habitats. You can see things quite easily. Yellow-billed ducks that we had earlier also, and they've come to rest on the edge of the bank here, and just as they exited the water, they gave themselves a bit of a grooming, and they were showing off a wonderful part of their wing called the speculum. At the moment they're taking a bit of a snooze. You can see by this one's bill tucked in behind its back. Speculums are a little piece of the wing that is quite visible as part of the secondary feathers. stands out by comparison to the rest of the wing. So whilst this duck is resting, I'm just going to pan over here to the right. There's a little family of young-ish warthogs coming for a drink. Not quite as cute as those lovely little piglets at Djuma earlier today, but any warthog is cool in my books. Look at them little beards. They look like leprechauns to me. What do you guys think? How else would you describe or cartoonize a warthog? I mean, they're just comical looking creatures, aren't they? Those little beards that you can see are actually, they've got a purpose. If you see how this one on the left is looking at us, when they lift their head up, their nose up, and they look directly at you, just how that little one's doing on the left, just lift the head up slightly, it actually gives a strong impression of tusks. It's a clever little visual trick that they play on potential predators. It gives the sense that this little warthog has actually got quite big tusks. Ah, there's the cormorant. There it goes. So it's yeah, that little beard that you can see is a very neat feature. Of course, these little ones are a little bit anxious in the wind. A lot of creatures are. Wind always drabs a bit the senses. It kind of dampens them a little. So sounds are not as clear, smells are not as distinct, because it's a bit of a washing machine. One of the reasons is probably why they're getting in and getting out. You wouldn't ever hear anything coming their way if it were. This looks like last year's litter. Good to see that there's all four of them, unless it's a mixed family. Cormorant has come along and joined the ducks. Yeah, Amy, good question. Yes, in fact, oxpeckers do sometimes sit on warthogs. It's definitely a thing. But they seem to be less tolerant than other antelope of oxpeckers. So they'll often twist and shake and try and chase them off if they tickling them or making them feel uncomfortable, compared to other antelope which really do accept their presence more comfortably. So yes, they certainly do. Warthogs, also other pigs that occur in Africa. There's bush pig, of course, and then there's the two hog species in Central Africa. They also take on oxpeckers from time to time. Seems like these ducks and this cormorant have found a nice windless spot. Scarce real estate that out here. Yeah, just in the foreground you've got actually a terrapin coming up onto the land. There's another one sunning itself just on the bank there. Not as clear, a little bit of vegetation in the way, but that, folks, is a terrapin. Like one of the adult dab chicks or little grebes.
This is what I love about lionesses.
So in front of us, this Egyptian goose, this is a species that if their numbers get too high, you'll find the little grebes that I was just framing a moment ago. Their numbers are negatively affected for some other reason. It could be the aggressive nature of Egyptian geese. They tend to chase a lot of other creatures away from where they are. So they can be quite aggressive towards other birds. And so the little grebes, they don't do very well when there's too many Egyptian geese around. Fortunately here at Scotia Waterhole there's not a heck of a lot. It is a very small waterhole, and so our little family of grebes do quite fine here. We've got 2 adults and a youngster seems to not have fully developed adult plumage yet. Another example of a species that have done well, or done better, since the expansion of human suburbia. Egyptian geese, golf courses and lawns and swimming pools. They sure do love them. Now there's so many of these kinds of habitats that we don't realize that we create when we take up residence in a place in a certain way. Goose is now having a little bit of a gazer. Oh, enjoying that. All right. No, I haven't. Sure, that's a I've never even heard of that. I'd be glad to hear more about where that question came from. You do get, you certainly get melanistic forms of birds, as do you do leucistic, but I certainly haven't seen or heard of melanistic forms of Egyptian geese. They have been known to crossbreed with certain varieties of ducks and geese, which would make them newt, and probably have some strange colour morphs on them, or out of normal colour morphs on them. But I certainly haven't seen a black-winged Egyptian goose. I'd love to hear more about it. Oh, the spur-winged goose is really having the greatest time here. Reminds me of being a kid and playing with other kids in the swimming pool, and just having a great time. Rub-a-dub. How does that song go? Rub-a-dub-dub, relaxing in the tub. method of getting rid of little parasites that live in the feathers. You'll see birds, particularly in the late afternoon. Oh, nice, a little bit of drying going on there. They'll come down onto dusty roads and sit on the road and behave much the same as the spur-winged goose. And they'll shake up some of the dust, get it all over their feathers, get it in between those little individual feathers, and then shake it and agitate whatever parasites might have been accumulated during the day. And the same goes for this goose. Very nice bit of grooming. And there you see it again, that meticulous behavior of zipping up those feathers that have become unzipped. So folks, if you've missed any of some of the highlights from today's, or some of the main features from today's big birding day, you can always go and download our app and watch the highlights and the best bits from each show, including Escape to Nature. So Morning Drive, Escape to Nature and Afternoon Drive can all be found on the Wild Earth app, where you can get the best bits of the day. So you can get all the nice juicy bits. So all you need to do, go down, load the app, and at the end of the day we'll post the best bits for you to enjoy at leisure. I don't know if you folks got that audio, but there seems to be a fish eagle calling in the distance here. There's a perennial river not too far from here. It's probably the resident pair, one of the resident pair. And you really couldn't find anything more, how do I say, that sums up, I think, the African continent better than the call of a fish eagle. In fact, that brings my list of today up to 50. A modest 50. Very nice. So yeah, the big birding day, as some of you might have heard, is a day where you spend a full 24 hours, allowed a full 24 hours to bird with the conventional rule of 50 kilometers radius, and you can see and hear as many birds as you can in that 24-hour period. So if you can positively identify the call, you can also mark it off. Got to be careful for those robins though, they really can put a spanner in your works if you're not careful. So some cutie little warthogs and their mum have come down for a drink of water. Oh, they're just adorable. For those of you who've only just joined, we've had some nice views of some warthogs suckling in Djuma earlier today. Now we've got some piglets who've come and joined me here at Scotia. Oh, so many babies this time of year. So cute. Indeed, they are such adorable little creatures. There really is nothing to warm the heart than a little warthog piglet. They seem to run around in this kind of unknowing kind of outlook. They frantically run through the grass. Okay, so I'm gonna wait for them to pop out on the other side whilst these impalas come in. That female will move away from the waterhole at some point. But yes, these little adorable little piglets, they've got this little spring in their step. And so it's completely different to how any other animal is. They run in these little bursts of exciting outbreaks, of energy. I'm just looking to see where is she going to pop out. So when she exits the waterhole, she'll normally do so at a steady speed. It's always different strategies, different creatures that approach a waterhole. I was touching on it yesterday. Some are bold and brazen, like a warthog. They'll get in and get out as soon as possible, which is completely unlike an Inyala, which would approach slowly and steadily and watch left, look right, see if there's anything there, if there's something that they're suspicious about. But a warthog comes in hard and fast. Yeah, not to stick around, get in, drink a bit of water, and get out. Particularly if she's got little piglets at her side. A waterhole is a busy and sometimes dangerous place for a creature like a warthog piglet. Birds of prey, various different mammalian predators, cheetahs, leopards, hyenas, even small predators like caracal, which we get here in Kariega. We do have crowned eagles in the area, so that would probably be the biggest bird or avian threat for a warthog piglet. Can't imagine a crowned eagle taking on an adult warthog. Although pay money to see that. Looks like a thirsty mum like so many antelope at this time of year. Impalas also, as I'm sure you've seen in our other destinations, have got lots of babies at the moment. Hey, and we're sticking with our mother warthog, who seems to have taken up a bit of grazing. Nice green grass down here by the water, as I was saying earlier. It's well fed by high nutrient loads from the birds that live or inhabit the areas around this waterhole. Oh, cutie little things. Hey, completely and utterly dependent on Mom here. You can see how close they're sticking by her. It's quite cool. These impalas seem to be quite intrigued by those piglets. Oh, certainly feels like this warthog gets a sense there's no crocodiles here. Well, folks, while this other warthog carries on grazing around the edge of Scotia Waterhole here and along with her piglets, let's go and have a see at what's going on at Okokweyo in Namibia.
Thanks, Liam, and awesome scenes down in Amakhala. And we have our own awesome scene right now. A lovely journey of giraffe. Of course, some zebra who've been ever present today, and our springbuck. And again, have also been ever present. But lovely to have this little journey of giraffe with us. I'm going to zoom in on them because we've just had single individuals earlier on. So one cow and one bull at different times. So nice to have a journey with us and get in quite close. And you can notice that each of their different coat patterns have different colorizations, as well as obviously different layouts, and are of course unique to each of the giraffes. But each one is also a different shade, which is quite interesting to note. This second one from the right being quite light, and the next individual rather dark. The next youngster getting dark, and of course the one on the left, the darkest of the bunch. So just interesting to note how those coats can be so different. This is a perfect example of it right here. You can just hear those morning doves as well. They really are awesome to listen to. Such a cool background sound. It's so awesome and so cool to be able to just note just how much a giraffe's coat can differ from giraffe to giraffe. So really cool. We do have an awesome example of this right here. And of course also just watching how each one of them goes around drinking. They do generally have two kind of poses. The one that those two are obviously doing right now, and another pose where they kind of bend those front legs as well, and splaying them out like that. Of course they have to do that because their necks are actually too short for them to be able to bend down from that height. And of course, if you are the tallest terrestrial mammal in the world, up to around 5.5 meters, the bulls, then that kind of does make sense. And I was saying, I think it was yesterday, that it is actually the Maasai giraffes that are known to be the tallest of the giraffe subspecies. So just cool to note. So African Samurai, thanks for your question. I do just want to make sure that I'm on the same chain of thought as you with that. I highly doubt that that is the case, because this is the way that giraffe have obviously adapted and evolved to drink, and you can quite clearly there see the second drinking pose that I was just talking about with that bent knee. So I don't think that that is the case at all, African Samurai, because as I did allude to now, giraffe obviously have evolved to be able to drink exactly like this. So to then develop, knee deformities or leg deformities then from the way that they have to drink doesn't make any sense evolutionary wise. So my answer to you would be no, they don't develop knee valgus when they drink. So very cool, lovely scene playing out here. Really quite cool to note how light that one giraffe is here, the second one on the right, compared to how dark that last one is on the left hand side. Quite a peaceful scene playing out here. It does look like it has kind of got a little bit more overcast again here in Okakuyo. It did seem like it was burning off earlier, but it doesn't seem to be the case right now. Definitely seems that the cloud cover has kind of set in and the wind looks to be picking up here as well. So just enjoying our giraffe at the moment. We've had good numbers of everything else, and fantastic that we now have a journey. 5 giraffe with us. Really cool. Clearly the youngest one of this journey or tower is the second one on the left. And what's interesting is that giraffe almost double in size within their first year. So they go kind of from 180 odd meters, so 1.8 meters odd tall, kind of double in size within that first year. And it's in that first year that they are most vulnerable. And almost within that first 10 days is definitely the period of most vulnerability, but that first year of growth and life is when giraffe are most vulnerable. What's also interesting, obviously, is that those ossicones that you see, those giraffe horns are ossicones, and they are born as well. They are almost folded flat against their skulls, and then they pop out as they drop. And they do drop from a considerable height if you consider how tall giraffes are, and there is a purpose to that. That height also does help break open the embryonic sac as well, so that also does free the calf when it is born and lands on the ground too. They do have quite a long gestation period, so roughly around 15 odd months, so over a year. They are born rather precocial as well, so being able to run in a matter of minutes, obviously stick with their mothers then from there. It does take around 15 odd minutes for them to kind of get on their feet and going, but as I said, they do drop around, it's about 5 odd feet, so just less than maybe about 1.6 odd meters or so that they do drop then down when they are born, and then obviously that helps break the embryonic sac, and life does then begin. But they are very vulnerable in that first 10 days, and there's a very high mortality rate of giraffe calves then. A lot of animals do prey on them, and they are very curious then as well, so that does also add to that mortality.
At Wild Earth, we believe that people will see animal rights as worthy by recognizing that they have emotions like us. In support of Animal Rights Day, we are hosting Quiz Mania. Teams will pit against each other in 2 days of interactive fun on The Sunset Show.
How cool is this?
To enter, form a team of 2 or more people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. See you there.
So still here with our giraffe, as well as the zebra that are joining them here. I do think the giraffe is slowly going to start to move off. I don't really like all that activity going on with the zebra joining them. So we'll probably see the giraffe leaving the scene and the zebra taking over. it does look like our Gemsbok also coming through, and a lovely scene unfolding here again. Awesome to have had so many giraffe with us. Always fantastic watching, and they're so gentle. Really, really cool. And it seems to be a young foal that's there with these zebras as well. So lovely to see a young little foal. We've had lots of piglets. Also had piglets across on Amakhala just now as well. But for those of you that didn't know, today obviously is Big Birding Day, and our focus has been birds, where we can obviously deliver them. Of course, the audio has been the way that we have gone about that, mostly on the dam cams. However, with it being Big Birding Day, it does mean that Bingo Saturday will then move to tomorrow, and it is just because of Big Birding Day today. So we'll then just be moving Animal Bingo to tomorrow's Sunset Safari. And just to remind you, it is only for this week. But again, the question always needs to be asked: who will be crowned tomorrow's winner of Bingo? Will it be Djuma, Pridelands, Amakhala, or Madikwe? And each one of those teams obviously have their own bingo boards, and they all have to mark off their own animals on the cards. And this obviously then happens till the end of the year, so tune in tomorrow afternoon and don't miss out on any of the bingo action. That little zebra foal really is cute. Sadly, our giraffe have left us, but who can complain with a cute little zebra foal like that in the frame right now? Really awesome. See, probably trying to get it having towards some milk as well. Also testing the water too. Clearly taking a little drink there as well, so very awesome. Just out of interest, I mean, that foal would have started to walk within 20 minutes of it being born, and obviously being able to run with its mother within the first hour of its life. Very, very cool. And like with other hindgut fermenters, it will also have to practice coprophagia in order to take in and imbibe those digestive enzymes from its mother. So it will actually eat the mother's dung at some point, and that will help it to build up its digestive enzymes, and obviously allow for that hindgut fermentation to then occur. We do have some black-faced impala here at the moment. Looks like 2 bunches. one right here, and of course lots of springbok and gemsbok around too. So really quite busy at the moment. So that second herd of black-faced impala walking off there to the left of us. Of course, these ones here, it seems to be a young ram and 2 ewes. So wrapping up their drink and then moving off. They haven't figured out yet, like the springbok, that there's a freshwater source just above them. It probably tastes a bit better than the water in the hole itself, in the water dam or water hole. Lone kudu cow as well. Two kudu cows. Hi Ben, I don't think so because the rainy season here is different. So the rainy season here really only kick-starts in a month or so's time. So I assume that the rutting season is actually maybe a month or so later here in Okaukuejo. Because it's generally thought that the first calves here, or lambs, will only fall in around January or so. And that's also because we are a bit further west, and like I said, the rain then only happens and occurs, or starts to really occur from January or so. So Ben, we were just talking about obviously the rut and the lambing season of the impala here, and if you consider that impala's gestation is 6 months or so, then it would make sense that around June, July, so around a month, 6 weeks maybe later, then the rut down in Djuma, or further east of us on the eastern side of Africa, or southern Africa, where we can assume that those ruts generally take place towards the end of May, kind of sometimes middle of May. So yeah, that is why they're also then, beginning of November towards beginning of December as well. So one would think the rut here would be June, July. Just want to zoom out again. I just want to make sure we got an idea of what else is going on. Otherwise we will spend some time with those kudu. Perhaps those zebra I think are going to be leaving us. Kudu have now shot off. Looks like the lapwings gave them a fright. Let's just see, they'll hopefully come back down for us. You can see a large flock of lapwing, and they really do occur here in huge numbers. Just waiting to see if these kudu are going to take interest again in the water. Perhaps join us down for a drink. Otherwise, we'll just spend some time with the springbuck. So it looks like our kudu are not necessarily too interested in coming back after being spooked. We are just going to maintain our composure and see if they might come join us again. Let's just wait and see. You can see Impala also racing off in the background. Looks like our kudu definitely starting to make a move and head back off. Well, maybe not. Let's just wait and see here. It looks like we might get lucky. So let's just wait and see if these kudu do come through for us. And it looks like they're possibly going to make a move off. Otherwise, we're just going to sit here with our springbuck. And perhaps the Egyptian goose that is right here. Pity we haven't seen that black-headed heron being birding day today. But perhaps later on this afternoon. I'm not too sure why these kudu are kind of indecisive at the moment, but just have a closer look and just see what is going on here. Otherwise, we'll spend some time with the springbuck and this Egyptian goose that's here. Perhaps we'll have one or two of those lapwings wade into the frame. So it does seem like they are kind of just hanging around, giving us the slip, really. I think they are going to walk off. But we do still have our Egyptian goose and the springbuck with us right now. It does look like it is also that time of the day where unfortunately we do have to start wrapping up. Oh, it's only a pleasure, Sinak. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Nice way to spend big birding day. Would love to have brought you more birds. Unfortunately, that just wasn't on the cards for us, although we did have a fantastic show and a fantastic day out. So do stay tuned. Obviously, tune in again tomorrow. We'll be back again at 8:30. Of course, big birding day does continue. And I'm sure down in the Cape with Penguin Beach, it is also going to be quite a stunner. Some different birds to see, some of the Palearctic maybe. And of course, then from there, we also have the Sunset Safari, where the birding continues. And I'm sure it'll be a fantastic afternoon and evening anyway. But to all of you who did tune in and join us, thank you very much for that. Of course, thanks to the other naturalists, the other CAMOPs, the directors and MC, the wildlife and the habitat. And of course, have a fantastic Saturday after this. Enjoy and cheerio. We'll see you again in the morning.